I was out last week.
How you doing this morning?
I'm here.
You making? You got your link for YouTube.
That's what I'm doing right
Yeah,
now.
Patty was telling me that.
I,
Worries about that. But you got nothing else to worry
I
about.
just emailed it to her. That's the first thing I do as soon as I get here.
Good deal.
They're usually easier if I go stick kid or need to go do something while they're school. That is very nice to have rather than having to figure out what is the big apply. So yeah, I like it.
are you?
Good, how are you?
Not bad at all. Can't complain.
Yeah.
Just had been recently done because we got that new jury. Yeah. Hey. That's what his attorney had asked to be done. Yeah.
Your office is here. Yeah. Yeah, well, we gotta get lawyers, you gotta decide where. Nice to see you. You too. Is Judge Christie still downstairs? Yeah. Yeah. Wes Stevens is still the prosecutor. Not much change right here. Oh, that's District Court is not near as busy as it used to be. I wonder why that is. That just this change of police. You don't know. And it makes it easy for the DBA. They're not what's on our attention.
David Harper.
He said that. If they're here, they'll be back there. And then I'll start. I get up there. So I was looking at 5 hours.
Are we in here first?
Yeah. Well, we are. Been doing that for that.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, but I don't have a one that seats. Oh, that's fine. That's how it'll work. I cannot get it to work. But yeah, that's fine. I don't maybe. Because I need to get rid of it. I think it's gonna die. Okay, good. Well, you want to donate the front of the home, so I'll have to donate. I'll get one to donate to you if I make something. But I'll just. Okay. Brandon, how you doing?
I watched the show and I liked it. Yeah, I guess. It finished. I like to say Russ.
Yeah, it's still. I noticed it that morning. And we have.
Pretty good at it.
I was out last week on vacation.
Oh, okay.
We just-
How was that? Oh, go Sunday, watch the Cardinals play at Cincinnati.
We watched the Reds and the Cardinals play in St. Louis.
Did you? Yeah, they're, Sundays, mainly
Yeah, that's really nice.
just a long drive to do that. Like us, like out there, there you Well, listen, I'm
All rise. Monroe Circuit Court's now in session. Honorable Judge David Williams presiding. Please bow with me for a moment of silent prayer.
Thank you very much. Is Anthony Gilbert here? Has he been transported or is he out of custody?
He was moved from Barron County to Taylor County and did a transport order yesterday to Taylor.
Okay. Okay, here he is. Okay, we'll take him back in there. Commonwealth versus James Adams. Commonwealth versus James Adams. 21 CR 00124. Are you James Adams? Here for Johnny Bell represents you. Okay, we'll just have a seat there and we'll come back to you, okay? Case versus Jonathan Bailey is a motion to dismiss. Mr. Bailey is evidently deceased. Is that correct? And a forfeiture order needs to be signed? Okay, if you'll submit that, we'll sign it. Dalton Birdwell. Did you check on Mr. Gerald?
They're seeing if he's still there. I think he might have gone. I told him to bring him up.
Yeah. Commonwealth versus Dalton Birdwell. 22 CR 0051. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Are you Dalton Birdwell? What year were you born? You were born in 1998. Or the last four digits of social security number? Okay, do you have an attorney? Okay. You don't think so? Who was it? Okay, he's here for arraignment. You have the file. How are you today? Yeah. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment, Mr. Birdwell, charging you with criminal possession of a forged instrument. You understand those charges? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is your negotiation day?
August the 5th at 9 a.m.
Okay, be here on August the 5th at 9 a.m. for negotiation, and August the 18th is your next court date. Both of those are conditions of your bond. Any complaint about his bond? Okay. You'll need to meet with your lawyer and be prepared for that. Commonwealth versus James Carter. Sir, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order for your client. Okay. Commonwealth versus James Carter. Excuse me. 22 CR 0031. Are you James Carter?
Yes, sir.
That's the name we know. Yeah. Were you born in 1989?
Yes, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
5417.
Okay. You're here on a pretrial conference. What do you got here?
Sure, we have an agreement with Mr. Carter, however, the agreement includes alternative sentence. We were gonna ask the court if we could come back on the 18th. So that way he could clear up some personal matters before you.
What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Well, he's gonna take a 10-year sentence and serve 180 days, so I told him, you're a position taking in custody.
Yeah. Yeah, he's either in or out. Okay, does he want to do a plea or does he want to set a trial date?
Your Honor, he wants to accept the plea, but he's hoping to come back on the 18th to enter it.
It's not going to happen.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I believe I'll need a few minutes to see.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Gary Bertram. Gary Emberton, rather. Gary Bertram's dead. Good guy, though. Gary Emberton. Good morning, Mr. Emberton. What's your year of birth, Mr. Emberton? 1961? You born in 1961? Okay. Last four digits, your social security number 6926. You're here on 22 CR 0062 for the purpose of arraignment. This is your client too? Mr. Gary Emberton. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with operating a motor vehicle under the influence with aggravating circumstances, trafficking controlled substance first degree, possession of controlled substance not in the original hand, and failure to signal. Do you understand those charges? Did you hear the charges?
No.
I just said, do you understand the charges?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Signing it. We're giving your attorney the discovery that the Commonwealth has to help you prepare for your defense. You'll be back here on August the 5th to negotiate your case, and August the 18th is your next court date, okay? Okay. Yeah. Miles Gerald's has left us, is that correct?
He told several, but told the bailiff downstairs, told him if he had took take the test, they go get the results and bring it back, and they would send it to you, but they've not seen it.
So they didn't give him a test out there. He told them he testified. We'll issue a bench warrant for him. Alice Goodner. Alice Goodner. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Alice Goodner, 22 CR 0048. Are you Alice Goodner? What year were you born? And the last 4 digits of social security number?
2567.
Okay. You're here today on a pretrial conference. You have a plea.
Yes, sir.
Just keep it right there. Is it a felony plea or a diversion?
It's a diversion.
Okay. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
State your full name.
Alice Denise Goodner.
Okay, you can remove your mask so we can identify you. Okay. What is your date, full date of birth?
January 31st, 1961.
Okay. The last 4 digits of your social security number.
2567.
Are you the same person named in the indictment number 22 CR 0048?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Do you know what's going on?
No. Yes, I do know what's going on.
Okay. And you know what impaired means? It
Yes, I
may- It
do.
may be diminished, okay? Okay, have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Absolutely.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you do not have to plead guilty. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. Understand by entering a plea here today, you give up those charges,
Yes, sir.
give up those rights. Rather, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. If I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Now, y'all step to your left, step all the way to your left, all the way to your left. So Landy can get behind it on over here. Little bitty, itty bitty steps. We'll get there. Go ahead, Mr. Judge.
The Commonwealth agrees to dismiss failure of the signal and upon plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration above 0.8 or under influence of the substance. The defendant shall pay a $200 fine and cost. Upon plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pre-trial diversion of 5 years. The defendant shall be referred to the social service commission and follow any and all recommendations. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall pay fine and court costs, discretion of court. The defendant shall remain on active supervision. All restitution of any fine and court costs paid. The defendant shall take gainful employment to a minimum of 30 hours of community service work between. The defendant agrees to have any and all contraband and drugs paraphernalia disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and all occasions.
Okay, ma'am, you want to get back behind the speaker there? Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Hey, do you have any felonies in the past 10 years? Are you currently on probation?
No, Your Honor.
You understand if you complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed and you can have them expunged from your record.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you do not complete the diversion program, you'll be brought back before the court, you'll be sentenced and schedule a sentencing hearing, and you will be a convicted felon, and that could be enhanced in the future. You understand that? You understand that the DUI that you pled guilty to is enhanceable. And if you get another one, that will be a more serious offense.
Yes, Your Honor. It won't happen again.
Well, I hope not. Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment? Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts
Yes,
charged?
Yes,
You plead guilty of your own free will and for no other reasons.
yes, Your Honor.
And knowing constitutional rights I've explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty, and allow the court to fix your punishment?
Yes.
Is that your signature on the documents there? Well, I accept the agreement and the plea on the DUI. I will sign the diversion order. Now,
Judge, I'd also like to tender a notice of proper address.
you'll need to meet with a probation and parole officer over there to get information. The probation and parole officer. What are the total court costs, including the DUI fees? $615 is what you owe. Can you pay that today?
No, Your Honor. I'm on disability.
Well, okay. What I'll do is allow you to pay that at $60 a month. First payment starting 30 days from today. Okay. Check this and make sure there's anything. Okay, probation parole's right over there. Okay.
Thank you, God bless you. Your Honor.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pearl, they brought me back in, he's still down there.
Does he have the test? Okay, just get him, come up here and stand back behind the podium. Withdraw the bench warrant on Mr. Gerald's. Commonwealth versus Miles Gerald's, 22 CR 0060. Are you Miles Gerald's? You here for purpose of arraignment? So stand back over this way. What's your year of birth, sir? Last four digits of your social security number. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, trafficking controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges? Okay, you need to be back here on August the 5th for negotiation and August the 18th. I understand you might not be feeling well, so you need, your attorney will give you a card and you can contact her later to prepare for the August 5th and 18th. Both of them are conditions of your bond, okay? Thank you. Now I see that we have Mr. Pipkin already. Looks like he's up on board here. He wasn't scheduled till 10 o'clock. So we'll go ahead and get him out of the way now. Where is Mr. Johnny Bell? Mr. Bell. Mr. Pipkin, we're gonna go ahead and handle the case. Now we sent for your attorney because we had your schedule come on at 10. I guess that was 10 local time up there, maybe they thought. Mr. Johnny Bell is here.
Sir.
Mr. Bell, your client is online here. Can you see Mr. Bell, Mr. Pipkin?
No, sir, I can't.
Y'all have your computer set up back in the room back there, public advocacy. Okay. Show Mr. Bell where you use it. Well, just keep it with you. You can hold it up, okay? Mr. Hunley, are you exercising that special exemption you have?
I didn't know the exemption was still in force.
Well, I thought you were always more aware of what's going on than I am, so I thought you might be aware.
I would think.
Okay, there you are. Mr. Bell, I think we feel relatively safe with you on Zoom that you could take your mask off back there.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pipkin, you're not afraid you're gonna catch it from Mr. Bell, are you?
No, sir.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus John A. Pipkin, 22 CR 0022. We're here for a pretrial conference. Do you have a plea agreement, Mr. Bell?
Yes, sir, we do.
Mr. Pipkin, what is your year of birth?
1972,
The last four digits of your social security number?
7728.
We're here on 22 CR 0027. I understand a plea has been entered, a motion has been entered, says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir, I'm not.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment 22 CR 0027?
Yes, sir, I am.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir, not at all.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney, and have you had plenty of time to go over the evidence with him?
Yes, sir, I have.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will request a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and stand trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Pipkin would plead guilty to burglary third degree, receive a sentence of 1 year to serve, pay restitution in the amount of $653 to the clerk's office in accordance with the restitution order. So, and with co-defendant Christina Pruitt, the Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation in this case. And he's a state prisoner. Court costs would be discretion of the court.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you pleading guilty because you are guilty and not because of any coercions or threats or anything. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights is still your desire to give up those rights, enter this plea and allow the court to fix your punishment. Now, he is a state prisoner, so I can waive the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole. If that's what you want to do, Mr. Bell, is that correct?
That's what we want to do, Judge.
Okay,
Yes,
you
sir.
understand that by entering this plea, this conviction, along with any other conviction you have, could be used to enhance the penalty of any a range of sentence for any penalties. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, would you hold the document with his signature on it, Mr. Bell, up to the, is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Mr. Bell, will you date that signature today?
Yes, sir, Judge.
accept the agreement and we'll enter the judgment today, okay? Thank you very much, and thank you, EKCC, for your cooperation. Y'all are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's go to, are you ready on Anthony Gilbert? Are they ready, or are they still back there with Anthony? Okay, well, they'll come out when they're ready, I'm sure. How about James Carter? You ready for James Carter? Mr. Carter, this is 22 CR 0031. We're here on a pretrial conference on, Mr. Carter previously identified himself as having been born in 1989, the last four digits, social security number 5617. Is that right, Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir.
What do you have in this case?
Your Honor, I believe we're gonna set the trial.
Do what?
I believe we're gonna set the trial.
Well, you're not gonna go through a negotiation or anything?
Your Honor, from my understanding, negotiation on the case has ended. I have not been given any indication.
What is the charge?
This is the case, Your Honor, he wanted another month so he could get his affairs in order, so he wouldn't have to go to jail today. And the offer was 10 years, served 180 days. He had it undercover buy, sold about 4 or 5 grams of lead.
Okay. It sounds like you might be playing a little game with me here. Don't say anything. So I want to tell you, there will be no pleas. You're going to trial. If you agreed to enter a plea, you have one bite out of this apple. You understand that, so there won't be any misunderstanding. Okay. We'll set your trial date. What about August the 9th? Mr. Stockton, you be available on August the 9th? Okay.
We're gonna go check back on that.
Okay, see you on August the 9th. We already did Alice Goodner. We finished with Alice Goodner. David Harper. Commonwealth versus David Harper, 18 CR 0026. Are you David Harper? Born in 1986, last four digits, social security number 6314. We're here on a probation revocation.
I've been reading Mr. Harper's case.
Yeah, I probably misnamed my motion. It should have been a motion to place Mr. Harper back on supervision. He was being unsupervised and he got into altercation with somebody at a smoke shack in Barron County. And he was charged with a misdemeanor, and I talked to probation and parole, and they went back on supervision.
He is a real mayor.
Okay, submit the order. Corey Holland. Corey Holland. You did not appear.
I think correct if he doesn't.
Has he been served, I guess? Now he has an active warrant. for failure to appear. Tanya Miles. Commonwealth versus Tanya Miles. Okay, I have on here that she has an active warrant.
When she was out of state, Your Honor, she's accepted service here. I don't know if she's been served.
She's in North Carolina resident.
Okay, we'll take her into custody and process her, and we'll get her back up here in a minute. Joshua Perry. Commonwealth versus Joshua Perry.
Your Honor, I have you on my paperwork. Left his house this morning. I can check it to see where his whereabouts is.
Okay, won't you
He
do?
lives in Goodlettsville, Tennessee. So
Okay, won't you see where he is?
I'll look at that while I'm processing. All right.
Okay. Parker Pettit. You gave him an NCIC. Jeannie Ramos. Commonwealth versus Jeannie Ramos. 22 CR 0041. Are you Jeannie Ramos?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth?
5/17.
What year? What's your year of birth?
78, I'm sorry.
Okay. What are the last four digits of your social security number?
5570.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Judge, she's got a competency evaluation in a case in Allen County. I've spoken with Mr. Stockton. We're going to be asserting competency here, so he was agreeable to bring us off to see if we get that evaluation from the Allen County order from Judge Summer.
Is the order already in place?
No, she's not been evaluated yet. The order is in place for her to get the
You have a
evaluation.
copy of the order?
I do not have a copy. I know it's on court yet. I've seen it. I've spoken with Mr.
What do you have to say, Mr. Stock?
Yeah, I just need a copy of the order. If we put out a couple months and see what the status of it is. It's
Look.
going to be outpatient.
It'll be, I'm sure it'll be outpatient.
Let's just schedule it for next month. Okay? See, and we'll just check on it next month. That way we'll keep the hand on it. You be back here on August 18th. Do you want to sit August 5th? Check in.
If the order, if she's evaluated for that, I can't see them having anything back. If I don't see people.
Okay, August 18th, your next court date. You're under the same conditions of bond, okay? John Riley. John Riley. What's the story on John Riley's probation revocation, it
I
says?
don't think it's in there.
Is there a warrant out for him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Jason Roca. Mr. Bell. We're looking for Mr. Bell here, so. Mr. Roque, just have a seat in that first seat right there. Dylan Russell. Commonwealth versus Dylan Russell. Are you Dylan Russell? What's your year of birth? Okay. Last four digits, your social security number. Okay, we have a pretrial conference scheduled today.
I believe we just need one final pre-trial and negotiation.
Okay, negotiation date on August the 5th. The next date here in court is August the 18th, okay?
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Jason Roca. Calmo versus Jason Roca, 20 CR 0058. Are you Jason Roca?
Yes.
Are you born in 1992?
Yes.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
027.
Okay, you have a diversion revocation. What do you have here?
Your Honor, I don't think there's any dispute about the fact Mr. Rosa had 6 or 7 violations for smoking marijuana while on probation. And I think Mr. Tom,
No, he's been supervised by Officer, Coach, Officer Chief, she's my corporal now, but that's what he's been saying.
What kind of sentence does he have?
it's a 5-year sentence. He got quite a bit of time on whatever. But I don't know. 2 years now. Yeah, I think it's your own job.
I mean, she referred life skills and SAP and our papers.
We want him to comply with the terms and conditions of his probation, is what we want him to do. It's not legal to do what he's doing. It's so.
Is that the only violations he has?
Your Honor, we have a hard time sending anybody in long-term treatment just for marijuana. So we've kind of we're at our end here with the IOP and
Well, I haven't started about it. I'm just in the life skills.
this is kind of the,
How many days does he have in? It would be better for him to just serve out.
We have to check.
Judge, please, the court. I haven't got to meet with Mr. Roper. I think he was under misunderstanding of the seriousness of what could take place today. If he has been referred to IOP on marijuana, I would ask the court, due to his age, different things, and not having any other kind of violations, give him a chance to complete that and see if that won't fix the problem without taking the diversion, sending him back to jail.
Well, you know, there's a lot of propaganda out in that society. And that marijuana is good for you and medicinal qualities. It also has side effects. I don't know if you know about it, Mr. Rowe, it raises your blood pressure. A lot of people have, I know, have blood pressure of mine. But, I'm willing, if you go to IOP and lay out the marijuana, I'm gonna give him a chance, but if you don't, then I'm gonna ask the court to revoke him and send him to prison. For a little longer, but I think he doesn't realize.
Are you presently employed?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed at?
Orangeburg Construction and Monroe.
How many days a week do you work? Do they test you at your job for marijuana?
Randomly, yes.
Well, I didn't know they. Well, I'm gonna put you in jail for weekends. I'm gonna do the next 2 weekends as a sanction. Yeah. And I don't want you to lose your job. I don't want to do anything. And you complete the program you're under, and we'll review your case on August the 18th. Now, Mr. Stockton, I'm going to put him on the docket for August 18th. But if you and Mr. Bell discuss the case and he's doing well on his treatment, he served these 2 weekends, then I'll allow you to inform me. We'll pass over and you won't have to miss a day's work, okay? If it's not, and if you haven't completed, you haven't done the things you're supposed to do, then we'll just bring you over and let you serve your time out.
I was turning myself in for the weekend.
Well, there'll be an order issued. We'll get it to Mr. Bell. Pardon? What time do you get off work?
I'm usually on back in Compton about 5, 6 o'clock.
Okay, well,
I work at Melbourne.
I know. Did you rather just stop in Glasgow on the way back? Okay, well, why don't you just turn in by 6 o'clock tomorrow?
6 o'clock.
And then what time do you start working in the mornings?
I gotta be there at 6 a.m.
Okay, well, you get out at 5 a.m. over there, okay? Okay? 5 a.m. on Monday morning, okay? Okay, we'll send it to Mr. Bell. You what? Yeah, y'all gonna draft the order up and we'll send it over to Mr. Bell and you can,
And I need to be back in court on that.
well, you need to stay in contact with your attorney. If you go through if you progress through the program, you serve these 2 weekends, then you're gonna be on your way rejoicing. Okay, you just keep working. I'm giving you this break because you're working. So many people are not working. They're not making any effort. It appears to me that you are making. Okay? Okay, thank you. Where are we at next? Eddie Ryherd. Eddie Ryherd.
I was showing him his out of custody.
Your Honor, I spoke with, Mr. Ryder yesterday. He was supposed to come see me this morning, for recording wise. I think he does have an active warrant on this guy too. And I was gonna take care of everything today. Of course, he never showed up this morning, so I don't think it's far, he just doesn't adhere to instructions, so.
Yeah. Okay. We'll pick him up, put him in NCIC or whatever you have to do, okay? Callie Strong. Active warrant, it says. There's an active warrant, so be aware of that. Ashley Turner. Commonwealth versus Ashley Turner, 22 CR 003. Are you Ashley Turner? Were you born in 1986? The last 4 digits, social security number of what? Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What do we have here?
We have an agreement, this case was being prosecuted by Corey Morgan in his office. I do not know if that was just spoken to Mr. Morgan, because I know he was not here. He said his assistant is supposed to be here, not going to be here.
Is this a special prosecutor?
It is, Your Honor. So I could always call Mr. Morgan, have him available by phone. He has sent his assistant and he's not quite sure what was happening. That's why he's not here. He's calling him to check out.
What is the charge in this case?
Your Honor, Ms. Turner was originally charged with sodomy 3rd degree. The plea is on sexual misconduct.
Well, let's just schedule it for next month.
And I'll let Mr. Morgan know that.
Yeah. August 18th. Commonwealth versus David White. Commonwealth versus David White. Are you David White?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1961.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits is social security number 2049.
Yes, sir.
Here for a pretrial conference. Okay, this is 22 CR 0045, 22 CR 0046, 22 CR 0047. Is this a felony plea? A motion has been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0045, 46, and 47?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
I do.
Have you reviewed the evidence that the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witness in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation of the Commonwealth and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have y'all stepped way over here to your left? Mr. Judd, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Commonwealth recommends to dismiss 22 CR 0045 tampering with physical evidence, 22 CR 0046 disregarding a stop sign, and 22 CR 0047 possession of marijuana. And upon pleading guilty to indictment number 22 CR 0045 for the charge of possession of controlled substance, first degree defendant to receive a sentence of 2 years. Upon the plea of guilty, indictment number 22 CR 0046 for charge of possession of controlled substance, first degree defendant to receive a sentence of 2 years. Upon the plea of guilty, indictment number 22 CR 00047 for charge of possession of controlled substance, first degree defendant shall receive a sentence of 2 years. The 3 2-year sentences shall run consecutively for a total of 6 years, probated for 5 years supervised. The defendant shall enter and complete the Monroe County Drug Court. The defendant receive credit for time served, $38, and the AT&T flip phone shall be released to the defendant or a representative on his behalf. The defendant may pay a fine and court cost discretion of court. The defendant remain on active supervision of all restitution, fines and court costs paid. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week of service. And then he agrees to have all contraband drug paraphernalia and for all the social security cards disposed of in accordance with the laws.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's offer, sir?
Yes, sir.
We'll move back over here. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty of the act charge?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights is still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment. Okay, do you understand that by entering a guilty plea today, any future convictions will enhance the penalty?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the motion and offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll accept the order. Was there time to serve on this? So you'll meet with a probation parole officer over here. You understand that, as I said previously, after entering this plea, your sentences could be enhanced if you have future penalties. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't a DUI or anything involved in this at all. Okay, we'll meet with a probation parole officer. I guess we'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done on it, and you'll come back here for sentencing on August the 18th, okay? Are you ready for Tanya Miles? Tanya Miles, come on up, Ms. Miles. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Tanya Miles, 22 CR 0050. You are Tanya Miles. What is your year of birth? You can drop the, drop your mask there if you'd like. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You understand that? The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment. Charge you with custodial interference. Understand that? Mr. Carter, you acknowledge the identity of your client received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea if not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, what's the deal on this case here?
It was a case that originated out of district court because there was an emergency guardianship entered for another lady to have guardianship over Ms. Miles without the father.
Okay, you're gonna have to remove your mask. I'm having trouble.
Again, for another lady would have guardianship over Ms. Miles' adopted father. She was indicted for custodial interference. Since that time, she has come back and the gentleman has come back. My understanding is the district court's ordered a 14-day evaluation of him and set aside the emergency custody order. So I'm just waiting to see what district court does on this case. Ultimately, I think this case will probably be dismissed as long as everybody follows the district court's orders. So I just asked to be set for August 18th.
We set it for August the 18th. She's under arrest right now, so I'll let her sign her own bond.
That's fine, because she voluntarily came back to North Carolina, has counsel. So I don't know.
Okay. Do you have somebody available that can sign a bond for you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll just make it a $5,000 surety bond.
Her, it would be her in-law that lives in North Carolina, would that be okay?
No.
I don't know.
Does she have somebody here?
Her dad, of course, he's the one that's subject to this. I went to the court, she's paid a $25,000 bond from where the charge somehow went through the system in North Carolina.
That's correct. She was served with the extradition papers, they let her bond out. She made her court appearance, waived extradition, voluntarily came up here, so I'm not.
Okay, well, I'll let you sign your own bond for $5,000, okay? And she's pre-approved, okay? I'll go ahead and approve the bond.
Do that downstairs.
Yeah. Just, they'll just, somebody will escort her downstairs and let her make a bond, okay? You understand you gotta be back here on August the 18th, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. Did we skip over Joshua Perry?
Yeah, he's the one that was late here.
Yeah, he's in the back.
Joshua Perry, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Joshua Perry, 22 CR 0033. Are you Joshua Perry? Are you Joshua Perry?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits social security number are what?
5880.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Your Honor, if we could have one more negotiation pre-trial conference, Mr. Perry has been offered drug court, however, he's living outside of the state currently.
Yeah, he won't qualify. I need to start over on the plea. I didn't realize that. So we have one more negotiation day and motion that.
Be back here on August the 5th for negotiation at 9 a.m. And your next court date is August the 18th. Okay.
Sorry for being late.
It's okay. Okay, is there anybody else here in court, in the crowd that's waiting to come up if your name hasn't been called?
Mr. Adams, here, he's the first one to dock.
James Adams. James Adams.
Oh, yeah, he's on.
Commonwealth versus James Adams, 21 CR 00124. Are you James Adams? What's your year of birth? Okay, and last four digits, social security number 0918. Y'all have a plea agreement in this case?
Yes.
Okay, is it a felony plea or diversion?
Felony.
A motion's been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00124? Is your judgment impaired today? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice? Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about the case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at the jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require that the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you can give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence. I do not have to accept their recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand all those things? Have you stepped to the left? Well, we're here and let Mr. Stockton tell you what the Commonwealth's recommendation is.
Your Honor, Mr. Adams was pleaded guilty to one endangerment first degree, received a sentence of 5 years, probated for 5 years, have no violent contact with the victim, receive credit for time served, pay court costs discretion of the court, maintain gainful employment, all evidence in this case can be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to? Okay, now does he have time to serve on it?
No, we need time to get credit for it. Yes, sir. I know he's gonna like it on this one time.
Okay. Has anyone, including your attorney, offered you any other benefit for this plea, or are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Pleading guilty because you are guilty? You gotta say something. Okay, because it's a voice activated microphone, okay? Knowing your constitutional rights, so I explained it to you, it's to your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range permitted by law. Okay. Is that your signature on the document there? Okay. I'll accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. And you come back here on August 18th for sentencing and you meet with the probation parole officer over there. Does that finish the in-person docket?
He's out, I'm fine, also, he's credit.
Was it Bryson Coulter? Commonwealth versus Bryson Coulter, 22 CR 0013. Are you Bryson Coulter?
Yes.
Born in 1970? Last 4 digits, social security number 5256. Okay. We have a pretrial conference. What do we have here?
Your Honor, do we have court date on August 18th?
You need a negotiation day too?
We do not.
Okay, be here on August the 18th for your next court appearance, okay? Thank you.
Judge, if it pleases the court, Mr. Strong, that you called a while ago as my client, he's not been served. We were not aware that he had an indictment. He was given a date, Judge, I can produce him without having to go through.
He's got to be arrested and processed.
He was arrested in district court.
Well, he's got an active warrant for him here. So if he wants to turn himself in, he can turn himself in. What's the charge? Well, I don't allow people just to, they got a warrant out for them, they got to answer to the warrant.
All right.
Okay? Okay. Okay, well, let's go. The Warren County Jail is not going to be available. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I was told that I think she might have been transferred to the Barron County Jail. I sent Barron County an email. I asked.
She's in Barron County.
Okay, that's good. Let's go to the Barron County Jail. Barron County. I don't know what's hooked up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Y'all got me. Wait a second. We're just checking our hookup here.
Okay.
way here.
Your Honor, if you want to get out of here, you're all right.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe we're good now. Maybe just think we go.
Okay, do you have the men or women there or both?
I have both, Your Honor.
Okay, we also have Kimberly Chilton.
Yes, I have her.
Okay, well, let's just call Kimberly Chilton first then, okay? Commonwealth versus Kimberly Chilton, 22 CR 0027. Are you Kimberly Chilton,
I am.
born in 1990?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number are what?
7598.
Okay, you're represented by Lee Davis. Mr. Davis, are you on the line back? I don't have a picture of Mr. Davis. You want to turn the camera on? Yeah, I know.
Yes. Lee Davis, Your Honor, for Miss
Yeah,
Chilton.
well, you can take your mask off back there if you want to. We're here for a pretrial. What do we have to report, Mr. Stockton?
I think we have a plea, Your Honor.
We do, Your Honor.
We have a felony plea.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Chilton, I understand a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
State your full name and year of birth.
Kimberly Lynn Chilton, June 20th, 1990.
Okay, what are the last four digits of your social security number?
7598.
Are you the same person indicted in 22 CR 0027?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights, okay? Get that. I'm going to go over these rights and then I'm going to ask if you understand, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial, but jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to acquire Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today that you give up all charges. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Those rights, rather. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, after reviewing a pre-sentence investigation report, which I will today order done by probation and parole, I will inform you that I'm not accepting the recommendation and intend to impose a harsher sentence. At that time, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Listen very carefully to what the Commonwealth's recommendation is, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, Ms. Chilton will plead guilty to failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle. Second offense, receive $1,000 fine and cost. She'll plead guilty to receiving stolen property over $10,000, receive a 7.5-year sentence, probated for 5 years, supervised. She'll enter and complete a long-term treatment facility scheduled by defense counsel and agreed upon by the Commonwealth. She's currently incarcerated and shall remain incarcerated until the morning of her bed date availability. She'll receive credit for time served, pay court costs at discretion of the court. After being released from rehab, she'll obtain and maintain gainful employment. All evidence in this case to be destroyed.
Okay, now you have to agree to the rehab. The defense attorney provides the name of it. You have to agree to the rehab. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. Is this what you agreed to, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Okay, knowing your constitutional rights, I've explained to you, is it still right to, is it still your decision to waive these rights, enter a plea, and allow the court to fix the punishment within the range permitted by law?
Yes, sir.
You understand that after entering these pleas of guilty, any future convictions of felonies could be enhanced under the persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Counselor, do you have the agreement that she signed with you?
I do, sir.
Could you hold that up there and let her see the signature? That's your signature, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Counselor, will you go ahead and date that today after she's acknowledged it there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will accept the agree order of pre-sentence investigation report be done by probation and parole. Schedule the sentencing on,
Your Honor, if I may interrupt, we put in a motion to waive the PSI. She's got a PSI that was just done 2 months ago in Warren County.
I don't waive PSIs, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it won't take long to update that. What's the, is there time to serve on the agreement that you did?
No, Your Honor's credit for time served, but she won't be released until she gets a bed date.
Okay, well, how does probation parole feel about in this situation? She has a recent one and she's incarcerated.
Yeah, is she, Your Honor,
Is she a state inmate from Warren County yet? She been final sentence in Warren County?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think if she's been incarcerated since that PSI was done, we'll just have to do a supplemental on that. And I don't know about, I'm not sure on the rules on waiving, that.
Well, here's the deal. I'm asking if she's a state prisoner is the question I'm asking. Or is she here only on our charge, or is she serving a sentence from Warren County? Because we originally had her listed as a Warren County, being in Warren County. So I wondered if she's transported over here for convenience or whether she's a state prisoner. If she's a state prisoner, I can waive the pre-sentence investigation report.
You don't have the ability to check right now. Probation says they'd have to go and check, but they don't have the ability to do it instantaneously. She says she is. I don't know. We can check, but it'll take a minute.
Well, that's the deal that my learned staff counsel, we can't release her to anything if she's a state prisoner.
Yeah.
And I don't know that answer either. I just
Well,
know.
let's just kind of hang around for a few minutes and find out whether she's a state prisoner or not. If she is not a state prisoner, then I can't waive the PSI. If she is a state prisoner, I can't release her to rehab. Okay.
Mr. Collins has run downstairs to check.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to you in just a second, Ms. Chilton. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Isaac Atkinson.
I think I gotta play in that file there.
Isaac Atkinson.
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 00125. Are you Isaac Atkinson?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth, Mr. Atkinson?
03.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
I don't know.
Does 2418 sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, we have an agreement.
This is a felony plea.
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. Atkinson, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a felony plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00125?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today or anything? Do you know what's going on here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, and are you fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
I understand, sir.
Yeah. I think y'all need to check, see what's going on back there. I'm a little concerned, okay? You don't have to testify against yourself. You have a right to speedy trial to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you to produce evidence, call witnesses in your favor to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt your guilty charge against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all the charges. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. If I decide to turn down the recommendation and give you a harsher sentence after reviewing the pre-sentence investigation report, you can withdraw your plea at that time and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Atkinson would plead guilty to burglary second degree, receive a sentence of 10 years. He'd plead guilty to theft by unlawful taking or disposition over $1,000, receive a sentence of 5 years. Those two sentences would run concurrently for a total of 10 years. He's currently incarcerated and shall remain incarcerated until final sentencing. The Commonwealth agrees that he be released at sentencing and be placed on supervised probation. He'd also pay $1,500 restitution in accordance with the restitution entered by the court, order entered by the court. The cell phones will be released. 22 pistol will be forfeited. He'll receive credit for time served. Shall remain on active supervision until all fines and court costs are paid. He'll obtain and maintain gainful employment in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and pay court costs at discretion of the court.
Is that what you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
You plead guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, as I've explained to you, is it still your desire to give up these rights, enter a plea of guilty, and allow the court to fix your punishment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand I'm entering a guilty plea today that any future convictions of felonies could be used, these pleas could be used to enhance your penalty under the persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, will you hold up the signature document? Okay, is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, you don't appear to have signed that, so we'll allow you to sign it when it's get in. I'll accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole, and we'll sentence him on August the 18th. Now, there was a firearm involved evidently in theft here.
Well, this is the facts that I went back and reviewed the statements. This all originated from a house sitter gone wild, I guess you could say. She started having a party and there was all these young girls coming over. And also Mr. Atkinson came over and he had in his possession a 22 pistol, but it was not used in the crime. One of the girls seen him in his pocket when he was getting dressed later.
He wasn't a convicted felon.
And he wasn't a convicted felon.
He didn't steal the pistol.
And he didn't steal the pistol. Not that I know of.
Okay, well, not from this location. Anyway.
Not from this location.
Yeah, okay, on August the 18th, we'll be here
Yes, sir.
for sentencing.
It's, Your Honor, is there a chance that I can reinstate my bond? I can, due to the family issues y'all are aware of until final
Well, you need to talk to your attorney about that, and she can get a hold of Commonwealth.
Your Honor, the agreement is he'll stay in the final sentence, and if he doesn't want to go by his agreement, we can have a trial. I mean, that's,
He's already entered that. If he has anything to talk about, I'm saying he need to talk to his attorney.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Jackie Bowles. Commonwealth versus Jackie Bowles. Are you Jackie Bowles?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 22 CR 0056. Mr. Bowles, were you born in 1958?
Yes, sir.
The last four digits of your social security number is 0557.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by an attorney. You have an attorney?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a lawyer?
Well, I had a public defender.
Okay, they're online now. You see them there? Okay, you have a right to remain silent here, sir. I'm going to read the indictment. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with operating a motor vehicle under the influence, trafficking in controlled substance of first degree, expired plates, and possession of open alcohol container. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, the receipt of the indictments on your desk. Waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving
Yes,
all
sir.
trial motions. Okay, Mr. Bowles will have a conference day, negotiation day on August the 5th. And the next court date's on August the 18th.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. What kind of bond is this gentleman under?
Your Honor, pretrial is on mute, but I believe he has a surety bond currently.
I'm so sorry. I thought I hit the unmute button, but yes, 15,000 surety. And from my understanding, he just didn't have anyone who was qualified or approved for it.
Okay. Counselor, what do you know about the bond potential?
Your Honor, I am not sure what sort of bond that Mr. Bowles would be able to make. Mr. Bowles, are you able to make any form of cash bond?
I don't know. I'm wondering if I could get out on the same bond that's on.
Your Honor, I believe that the bond that Mr. Bowles would be able to make would be a signature bond or an unsecured bond.
What was his previous bond he was out from district court on?
That was at a partially secured 15,000 bond.
Your Honor, we would ask that Mr.
Well,
Bowles.
wait, what I mean partially secured? Tell me about it.
Judge Castillo had did that as a 10% essentially, and he had conditions of no use of alcohol or drugs.
How
No,
much money did he put up for it? So he had a $15,000 bond. 10%. He had a 10%, $15,000, 10% bond. So I will allow him to be released on that. But I am going to add the condition of curfew. Mr. Bowles, you should be at your home address that you give, that you gave on the bond. And you shouldn't leave there unless you're going to work, church, or the doctor. If you leave there for any other purpose, like go to Walmart or whatever, if you have to have groceries or whatever, you need to call the pretrial people. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the pretrial's address?
Do what?
You have the pretrial address and phone number? You have their phone number?
No, sir.
Could y'all give him a phone number here to call?
I will get that phone number to him.
Okay, we'll get the phone number over and I'll do the release on you today. And first thing you do is call that number and check in to see how you deal with them, okay?
Your Honor, can I inquire on this? My internet went out. And I don't know what the bond is, but Mr. Bowles had 32 grams of meth in his possession when he was picked up.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I know you did, and it's not your fault, but my internet just went out. I didn't hear any of this after.
Well, I'm not gonna allow him out with that amount of meth without a cash bond. Okay, never mind, as they say. Negotiation on August the 5th and the next court date on August the 18th. Matthew Burkhead. Matthew Burkhead. Matthew
Where is that
Burkhead.
file?
Are you Matthew Burkhead?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 00110. We're here today for a pre-trial conference. What do you have?
Your Honor, we have an agreement.
On a felony plea or what?
Yes,
It's a
Your Honor.
felony plea. Your Honor, I want to run this by you to see if you want to do it or not before you go through your questions. This is a firearm and handgun possession of a convicted felon. If you recall the case, we had a jury trial on Tommy Smith This was the case where the expert came down from Frankfurt and testified about the VIN numbers and the jury came back. Mr. Burkhead was out living in a trailer. And if you look at the body cam, the trailer's full of stuff. And also there was several guns and handguns on it. And the proposed plea is 10 years, serve 180 days. And I didn't know if the court wanted to go through with it or not before we get started.
How many days does he have in now?
He has been in custody since June 4th.
I'll
He'll
take
get out.
Okay. Mr. Burkhead, I understand you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes,
Do
sir.
what?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yeah.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00110?
Yeah.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and reviewed the evidence? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yeah.
You have certain rights in the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes, sir.
You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, your right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, your right to produce evidence, your right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, your right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea here today, you give up those rights.
Yes, sir.
Can you understand? Now, I will consider the Commonwealth's recommendation. I have not approved accepting that yet until I look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the recommendation of the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. These two sentences are to run concurrently for a total of 10 years, serve 180 days. Balance will be probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to enter and complete a long-term treatment facility. The defendant also agrees to forfeit all firearms seized in agency case number 086-21-0041. Defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit these acts, sir?
No.
Do what?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, knowing your constitutional rights, I've explained to us, is still your desire to give those rights, enter a plea, and allow the court to fix the punishment within the range permitted by law. You understand that these convictions of felonies will go on your record. If you have any future felonies, that the range of sentence in those felonies could be enhanced. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, could you hold up the signature line and allow this gentleman to see the signature? Is that your signature on there?
I do believe so.
Yeah. Okay, if you'll go ahead and date that, counselor, I'll accept the plea agreement order pre-sentence investigation report, and you'll be sentenced on August 18th. Okay, thank you very much. Ryan Carnahan. Ryan Carnahan. Cromwell versus Ryan Carnahan. Are you Ryan Carnahan?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carnahan, what is your year of birth?
89,
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
7655.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment in 22 CR 0054. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're represented by counsel.
Yes.
She's online there if you see her. You see her there?
Yes.
Okay. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with operating motor vehicle while your license is revoked or suspended, aggravating circumstance, failure to maintain insurance, and murder by use of a motor vehicle. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of your client is received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Stockton, since the nature of this charge, you still want a negotiation date on August the 5th, or?
I would leave that to Miss Hunter, how much time she wants.
Jesse, do you have all of the discovery where I'd be able to have it today, or is it?
We
me?
have everything that we know of. There may
Okay.
be some additional, but we have everything we know of.
I don't think it hurts to begin that process, Your Honor, to see if there's any resolution that can become of it since Mr.
Hey, we'll
Stockton
have a
doesn't-
negotiation date on August the 5th, and the next court date will be on August the 18th. And hopefully, on August the 18th, we'll know whether there are any discovery issues or anything,
Thank you, Your Honor.
or any motions you need to be filed. Okay, thank you very much. Next is Eric Graves. Eric Graves. What is going on with these people back here? You know? Okay. Commonwealth versus Eric Graves. 20 CR 0044. Just ask if they're okay back there. Okay, Commonwealth versus Eric Graves, 20 CR 0044. 00044. We're here on a diversion revocation. Are you Eric Graves?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born, Mr. Graves?
02.
And last four digits, social security number 8379.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stockton, what do you have in this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Graves didn't report in March as he was supposed to. Officer Collins or Officer Coates attempted to locate him. Eventually, he turned himself in to Mr. Collins, and he's got a 5-year sentence on fleeing and evading and a DUI. Mr. Collins and I discussed this case, and we're wanting to know if the court would be willing to do a 30-day sanction and then let him, when he gets out, set him back in court and make sure he's got employment and things before we release him on this.
Okay, well, I'll set a sanction that will end on August the 18th. He'll be back in court here on August 18th.
Okay.
And
That's
then,
fine.
and then, Mr. Graves, you need to make some kind of arrangements between now and then to tell your attorney what kind of work you're going to be doing when you get out, where you're going to live, and that sort of thing. We take very seriously your reporting, but I'm willing to give you a chance, okay?
Hey, Eric, take one of my cards from Officer White, okay?
Commonwealth versus Ricky Hammer. Ricky Hammer. Are you Ricky Hammer?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0059. Mr. Hammer, were you born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
8588.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, the docket says we're here on a probation revocation. What do you have?
Your Honor, Mr. Hammer has a 5-year sentence on flagrant non-support. In Barron County, he was recently stopped, Barron District Court Case 22M422, and he was charged with operating a motor vehicle while impaired, third offense, aggravating circumstances. And he has a pretrial date on that case on August the 18th. If you want to have a hearing on this, I'll subpoena the officer for next month. Or we can wait and see what happens in Barron County.
Jesse, this is the one we emailed about that you said you were willing to do a drug court referral on. We emailed about Mr. Hammer last week. I can forward you the email if you want that.
Well, I probably, when I saw that, I thought it was a first offense instead of a third offense. I'll do a referral. I don't know. I want to wait and see what happens on it. Okay.
They charged with a felony DUI over there, right?
Well, he's one step below it. It's a third offense with aggravating circumstances is what he's charged with. But I'll if I did say that, I probably overlooked the number on it.
So his court date over there is the same as our next real date?
Same as our date, yeah.
My court date's August 8th, sir.
August 8th, okay. Well, I wrote it down wrong.
Okay, well, let's just schedule him to reappear here on August the 18th. That way we'll find out what happened over there, okay?
I'll submit a drug court on it, see if he's even eligible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Mark Hunter, rather. Mark Hunter. Mark Hunter. Are you Mark Hunter?
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0053 for arraignment. You were born in 1977.
Yes, sir.
The last four digits of your social security number 8597.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Stockton, the docket has motion for shock probation in 19 CR 00114 and arraignment in 22. Is that correct?
Understanding is, yeah, we have an arraignment on a new case. So I would ask that he be arraigned and set it for the negotiation day. And see if we can work out a global settlement.
Okay, for the purpose of arraignment in 22 CR 0053, Mr. Hunter, the grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with failure to comply with the sex offender registry second offense. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that charge? Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Hunter, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're set for a negotiation day on the 8th. No, on the 5th. It's the 5th, isn't it?
Yes.
August the 5th, and the next court date is on the 18th. Yeah, I'm going to do a plea, a Cumberland County plea here. I'll be right back with you there for the next person. I'm going to call the case of Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Anthony Gilbert. You want to come around here, Mr. Gilbert? This is Cumberland Circuit Court meeting in special session in Tompkinsville by agreement of the parties. This is, are you Anthony Gilbert? You were born in 1992. Last four digits, social security number 2649. Is that correct? Okay, you're here today on 21 CR 00117, 21 CR 0085, 21 CR 0086, and 21 CR 0032. I understand that a motion has been made that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
We had agreement with Commonwealth. We set it over based on that. Our initial offer, Commonwealth had to decline. After discussing with the talking with it this morning, to desire not to take the play. He's not wanting to take the burn.
Okay, when's he scheduled for trial? Monday?
It's set for Tuesday.
Tuesday? Okay, we'll see you Tuesday.
All I had about the
Be fine. Chad Eisenberg. Chad Eisenberg. Are you Chad Eisenberg?
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0040. Mr. Eisenberg, what's your year of birth?
1979,
And the last four digits of your social security number?
6100.
Okay, you're here today for a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, we have a felony plea.
Okay, well, let's get somebody from Commonwealth back there. Mr. Eisenberg, a motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0040?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, review the evidence? You feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to go over the rights and I'm going to ask you to end up if you have any questions, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge. You understand that by entering a guilty plea here today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the recommendation of the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration of or above 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substance, first offense, aggravating circumstances, the defendant shall serve 7 days in jail and pay a $300 fine plus costs. Upon a plea of guilty to assault third, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years. The 5-year sentence and the 3-year sentence shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. The defendant is currently incarcerated and shall have credit for time served. The defendant shall enter and complete a long-term treatment facility scheduled through the DPA's office. The defendant shall be released from incarceration at final sentencing or the morning of the bed date, whichever comes first. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until all restitution, if applicable, fines and court costs are paid in full. Further orders of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week until gainful employment is obtained. After the conclusion of all co-defendants, the defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above styled case disposed of in accordance with the laws, the Commonwealth, and the holding agency.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you realize that these are enhanceable. That means if you get another DUI, it'll be a more serious charge and penalty could be higher. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Also, these are felony convictions could be added under the persistent felony offender law. If you have future felonies, they could also be, the punishment could be enhanced. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to waive those rights and allow the court to sentence you upon this plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counselor, will you hold the signature up? Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll accept the agreement as it is and order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. And we have the sentencing on the 18th, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Billy Key. Commonwealth versus Billy Key. Are you Billy Key?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1968?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number is 7694.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on 22 CR 0058 for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Are you represented by the Office of Public Advocacy?
I was Mr. Green. I don't know if it's circuit or this. So I got my indictment.
It was in district court, Your Honor.
Okay. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking and controlled substance in the first degree first offense. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counselor, laying the indictment on your desk, you acknowledge the identity of your client received indictment, away formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order here. Did you have that discovery order? Okay, and the Commonwealth will be giving your attorney the evidence she needs to help you prepare your defense. You be here on August the 5th for negotiation and August the 18th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stephen Martin for sentencing, Commonwealth versus Stephen Martin. 21 CR 0080, 21 CR 00105, 21 CR 0079, all for sentencing. Are you Stephen Martin? Were you born in 1977, Mr. Martin? The last four digits of your social security number are 7663. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are here for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason that this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty, in indictment 21 CR 0079 for the charge of fleeing and evading police first degree and persistent felony offender, the defendant shall receive 7.5 years. On a plea of guilty in 21 CR 00105, the charge of tampering with prisoner monitor device and persistent felony offender, the second degree. Defendant shall receive a sentence of 7.5 years. On a plea of guilty on 21 CR 0060 for the charge of unlawful imprisonment and persistent felony offender second degree, he shall receive a sentence of 7.5 years. The 3 7.5 years terms shall run concurrently for a total of 7.5 years. Probated for 5 years. The defendant, upon entering a plea, has served 173 days. He shall serve an additional 28 days and shall be released at final sentencing. Shall receive credit for time served. No contact with the victim, and that is mentioned in Monroe County 21 CR 0080. Okay, when probation and parole, when will y'all meet with him?
I will see him at the jail next week.
Well, he's not gonna be at the jail next week.
Yeah, he's gonna be in
No,
28 more days. Right?
no, I'll get out today.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Martin, you'll need to report to the Glasgow Probation and Parole Office tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yes, sir.
10 a.m. tomorrow, Mr. Martin.
All right, you gonna sit?
Court cost, court cost, yeah, what do you say? What are the court costs? $280. You need some time to pay that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you pay it at $60 a month, starting 30 days from today. We'll send an order letting you out today.
All
Now,
right.
let me tell you something, Mr. Martin, the first night out after something like this is a dangerous night.
Yes,
So
sir.
they'll be testing. You need to be as, live at the foot of the cross tonight and come in there clean tomorrow. You understand what I'm saying? Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Brian McHugh. McHugh.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Brian McHugh, 21 CR 0064. Are you Brian McHugh?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1969.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits social security number are 5121. We're here for a pretrial conference. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what do you have to say?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a plea.
Is it a felony plea or?
It is a felony plea,
Okay,
yes.
Mr. McHugh, a motion has been tendered by your attorney saying that you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person indicted in 21 CR 0064?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this, the charges with your attorney? And are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to read down to them. At the end, I'm going to ask you if you acknowledge that. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make it. You say anything. No one can. You have a right to speedy trial. You have a right to be represented by counsel at your at your jury trial. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering the plea of guilty today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report being done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Ms. Gordon Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea to failure to maintain insurance of on a motor vehicle as required by Chapter 304, the defendant shall pay a $500 fine and cost. Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, first offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 6 years with the balance probated for 5 years supervised. The defendant shall enter and complete a short-term treatment facility scheduled through DPA and shall also enter and complete outpatient SAP IOP once short-term treatment is completed. The defendant shall serve a minimum of 90 days in jail. The defendant shall not be released from incarceration until the morning of the admission date for short-term treatment, regardless of the days served. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until all restitution, fines, and court costs are paid in full and further orders of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above styled case disposed of in accordance with laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
There wasn't a driving offense involved in this, was there, Ms. Gordon Anderson?
No, Your Honor.
What are the court costs?
Hey, Your Honor.
Hey.
I spoke with Miss Hill this morning. I had insurance during this time. I just didn't have the proof with me, so I called my mother this morning.
Brian, hold on just a minute. I've talked to Mr. Stockton about this, and I'll come over there and speak with you after court today. If we're able to get verifiable insurance proof, then we'll be able to take care of that, okay?
Okay, my mother, I talked to her after I talked to you this morning, and she got hold of State Farm.
I'll be glad to amend the judgment on an agreed order.
Okay.
In this case.
All right, thank you.
What's the court cost?
$240.
$240, but unless there's an insurance charge, right? How much is it? There was no insurance charge. What was the fine suggested on the insurance in the agreement? $500 fine, so it's $740. And if I amend the judgment to take the insurance charge off, that'll amend that $500 out too. Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty to this because you are guilty and for no other reasons?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I will accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. And could you raise his signature line up there? Is that your signature on there?
Yes.
You realize that these felony cases are can be used against you in the future if you have other felonies to enhance your penalty. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now how much, I didn't really understand, Ms. Gordon Anderson, about what the release date is. I'm going to schedule sentencing on the 18th. Is he a state inmate?
You waive the PSI because I'm.
Yeah, are you a state inmate?
As of right now, yes.
Okay. Well, I will waive. Well, I don't, when's he going to get out on the state charges?
Your Honor, he should be parole eligible as of now. We do also have a shock motion in on that state time out of Barron County. So
when is that going to be heard?
Your Honor, we won't have a hearing on that. We're just awaiting a response from Judge Alexander.
Well, it'd be easier on getting this insurance charge over with if we just schedule a sentencing on August the 18th. I don't know whether he's being held on any other charges. If he's not held on any other charges,
the insurance should be downstairs by now.
do what?
He used to be held on other charges because he's a state.
I know, but if they shock, that's what I mean. Okay. I'm gonna schedule a sentencing for the 18th. If he gets shock probated, then I'll consider putting a bond on him till he comes. Okay. Okay. I'd forgotten the rehab portion of it, so. I'm just gonna go ahead and sentence him today and we can amend the judgment. Is that okay? You think? Well, what do you tell me what you think is a better way to do it? Holly? Okay, we'll schedule a sentencing for the 18th. If he's in rehab by then, we can transport him back down here. I don't guess he can go to rehab until then. Is that correct? Can he get into the rehab until he's sentenced?
We can still do sentencing, Your Honor.
Well,
Do it by Zoom or something. That's the only problem I have is if. he
well, I
goes
didn't
to
know
rehab.
whether he could get in rehab till he's sentenced.
That's something DPA is supposed to be trying to find.
He can get admitted to short-term rehab placements prior to sentencing. Your Honor.
We have no objection if he goes to the rehab before sentencing, as long as he can be sentenced while he's in rehab or be brought back.
We'll schedule the sentencing on the 18th. I will waive the pre-sentence investigation report. Since there's no reason to waive it if he's going to be there. Do the pre-sentence investigation report and have the sentencing on the 18th, okay?
If I go to rehab before the 18th, what I do?
If you go to the rehab before then, we'll sentence you by Zoom.
By Zoom, and then when I get out, I'll go to probation to chase him.
Well,
Is that what I do?
they'll tell you. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I just want to make sure that I ain't trying to screw up right out of the gate, John.
Well, you're not, if you go to the rehab, you won't be able to leave the rehab.
Right.
Rehab, you can't live. So we'll know where you are and you just stay in contact with your attorney. Okay. But right now we're scheduling you either to be here or to participate in Zoom, either from the jail if you're not there, but you're probably in rehab. So probably do the sentencing on the 18th by Zoom. Okay.
Okay. And can my mother take me to the rehab?
No. We'll have to, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nathaniel Metter. Nathaniel Metter. 22 CR 0017. Are you Nathaniel Metter?
Sir.
Okay. Were you born in 1997?
Sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2309.
Yes, sir.
Here today for a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Honor, we have a felony plea.
Mr. Metter, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person indicted in 22 CR 0017?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes,
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Prior to, I need to know before I can accept a plea from you that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. That you understand by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Ms. Gordon Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea to theft by unlawful taking or disposition over $1,000, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, served 90 days in jail with the balance probated for 5 years, supervised. The defendant shall be referred to the social services clinician and follow any and all recommendations thereof. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until all restitution, fines, court costs are paid in full and further orders of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above styled case disposed of in accordance with laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Sir.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you entering this plea because you are guilty and you committed the acts charged in the indictment? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, as I've explained to him, is still your desire to enter a guilty plea and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that correct? Okay, counsel, will you show the document in the signature? Okay, is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
I accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report done probation, parole, and sent you on August the 18th. Okay, thank you very much.
I got one question, sir. Does my time already count on the 90 days, correct?
That would be true.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Jamie Piercy. Jamie Piercy. Commonwealth versus Jamie Piercy, 20 CR 0021. Are you Jamie Piercy?
Yes, Your Honor.
In 1987?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's the last 4 digits of your social security number.
9146.
Okay, you're here today on a shock probation revocation. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
Your Honor, Mr. Piercy was placed on shock on March 28th, 2022. Since that time, he's not paid anything toward his child support as the last time probation parole checked. And also he tested positive for methamphetamines on May the 6th of 22. He denied use. It was sent to the lab and it was confirmed that he had used methamphetamines. And we're asking that his shock probation be revoked.
Counselor, what do you have to say?
Judge, Mr. Piercy would stipulate to the violations, but wishes to make arguments in lieu of revocation at this time.
Okay.
Your Honor, as you can see from the motion of the Commonwealth, Mr. Piercy does suffer from a drug problem. He is asking the court to have him assessed for drug court. That would allow him to receive drug treatment. And as you know, Judge Castillo insists that individuals in drug court work, which would provide for the flagrant non-support. We are asking the court to consider that at this time.
Mr. Stockton, your response to that?
Your Honor, normally I would agree to that, but my understanding is he was in drug court in 2013. He's already had 1 shot at it. He's continued to use meth. He won't pay his child support. At some point in time, there has to be a consequence for what he's done or not doing.
Is he eligible for drug court since he was there in 2013?
It's been more than 5 years. He would probably be eligible. We can have him assessed. But
okay, well, I'm going to give him a sanction. You know, I'm going to give him a 60-day sanction from today. During that time period, we can have him assessed to see if he's eligible for drug court, and I'll consider it then. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Anthony Rainey. Anthony Rainey.
Yes, sir.
20 CR 007074. I'm up here versus Anthony Rainey. Mr. Rainey, you born in 1964.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 7943. We're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced, Counselor?
Judge, he would just ask the court to consider probating him with the condition he remain detained until a long-term treatment bed is acquired. He has been assessed by the Kentucky Christian Recovery Center and has been found to be eligible there. And we believe likely would have a bed soon. We'd ask the court to have him remain detained until that bed is available, and make it a condition of his probation that he must complete long-term inpatient treatment.
Ma'am, as of right now, I have a bed available at the moment.
Also, look at the Commonwealth's offer. Anthony Rainey.
Well, he entered a plea, was pretrial diverted. It was revoked on June 30th, 2020. The plea called for him to serve 3 years.
Your Honor, I would ask that he serve his sentence, and if he's not placed somewhere where there's a SAP program, we might look at putting him into long-term treatment on shock.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and sentence.
Sir, if I might say, the Kate.
Is there pre-sentence? This is for sentencing. And so I'm going to go ahead and sentence him to 3 years. And then I will consider the treatment on a motion for shock probation. You consult with the Commonwealth and see when the first date he will be eligible for a motion for shock probation. Okay.
Sir, may I say KCR has a bed for me already?
Anthony, he denied that, but said he may consider shock at a future date. Okay, so grab one of my cards and call me 30 days from today so we can discuss that. Okay.
That's fine.
Commonwealth versus German Sonaro. Commonwealth versus German Serrano, 22 CR 0059 for arraignment and 21 CR 0029 for probation revocation. Mr. Serrano, what is your year of birth?
8/23/74.
Last 4 digits of your social security number.
8896.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment on operating, and the grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with operating a motor vehicle under the influence and operating while the license is suspended for driving. Counselor, I'm laying the indictment on your desk. You acknowledge the identity of Mr. Serrano, the receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading, and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, I'm going to set this for negotiation on August the 5th and the next court date on the 18th.
That's fine.
Judge, and Mr. Serrano would just ask if the court would consider any form of bond modification at this time.
If there's any what?
But any form of bond modification at this time.
No.
Well, he's on a probation violation plus a new case.
Yeah, and driving under the influence is not favored by me. There are two things that really bother me when someone's on probation: parole, obviously any other crime, but possession of a firearm, a handgun, or driving under the influence are things that I take seriously. So he'll be back here on the 18th. Commonwealth versus Haley Tate. Commonwealth versus Haley Tate. Are you Haley Tate? Born in 2001. Last 4 digits of social security number are 6419. We're here on it says we're here on on 20 CR 0029 on a diversion revocation. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
My understanding was that she was going to go to treatment and I was going to withdraw my motion, Your Honor, and we had entered an agreed order. She had a head injury a while back, and I think that's been the cause of a lot of problems. And also she didn't have good living arrangements in Adair County, and she needs treatment. And I was going to go along with that if the court will.
What were the violations?
She
It's an alleged new possession charge, Your Honor. Ms. Tate is currently pregnant. The facility would be an inpatient long-term facility that would also allow her to have her child there with medical care and continue to have treatment after her child is born.
Well, I'll go along with that as long as she has to stay in there for the protection of the baby. Okay, she stays in there. If she leaves, it will be in a absconding, notification of absconding. Okay. You understand that, Ms. Tate? Okay, you're going in there and you need to be careful because you're responsible for more than just one life right now. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to release her to treatment. She'll have to be taken from that facility. So we'll need a different order amended.
No, this is releasing her to,
So do you want,
Wait a second.
this is releasing her to a representative of the treatment facility
Okay.
on July 25th. But what I was trying to tell you is that I think we don't have her name on it.
You want, what do you think the name of the person in the treatment facility ought to be in there?
No, at the top, Commonwealth, look at the defendant's name.
Oh, defendant. Okay, we just need the orders done over to Gay. It doesn't have the defendant's name. It has defendant's name is defendant.
we can fix that, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and sign that. Okay. Christopher Trobaugh. Commonwealth versus Christopher Trobaugh, 21 CR 0087. Are you Christopher Trobaugh?
Yes, sir.
What is your year of birth, sir?
In 1984,
Last four digits of your social security number?
6160.
Okay, you're here on a diversion revocation. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I can put Mr. Collins on to testify in detail about this, but basically what's happened is he sent 2 or 3 requests down to Tennessee to get Mr. Trobaugh probation transferred. And I don't think he's got a response the last time, have you?
No, Your Honor, the address and that Mr. Trobaugh provided, they done some checking and his girlfriend, whoever his significant other is, sent Officer Scoggins a picture of a mailbox with the mailbox had the actual number just written on it. And they're, from what I understand, they're living in a camper there in a circle. And I can tell you, Tennessee's it's probably not going to allow that. And then she said something about they were going to move or something along those lines. So I just wanted to make sure before we done anything that he figured out exactly where he was going to live.
Let me ask you one other thing, Mr. Collins. Is it fair to say that you have difficulty when you try to get Tennessee to supervise anybody?
I do, absolutely.
Your Honor, I was willing to, if the court's willing to, I'm going to start taking a different tact on these cases where we're trying to get Tennessee to supervise people because we're having all kinds of trouble. And I can't control what happens in my counties, alone what happens in Tennessee. But I was willing, if Mr. Trobaugh has been in jail on a long time on this possession case because Tennessee won't supervise him, if he's willing to stay out of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, I'm willing to put him on unsupervised probation because of the circumstances, because I don't think he's being treated correctly by Tennessee Probation Bureau. And so that's where I'm at on it.
And he's
how many days has he been in jail now?
It's been more than 2 months, I believe.
Yeah, he'd already be eligible for parole on a possession case up here.
And he has, because I know more than one person with probation parole here has worked on this, and we provided additional address and just not had a lot of cooperation out of Tennessee.
And under ICOTS, Mr. Collins can't even call down there and talk to somebody. He has to do a written request.
How many days does he have in?
Chris, how many you have in?
A little over 2 months, I believe.
He's been in custody since May 18th.
Yeah, I ain't sure.
May 18th. It's 13, 30, it's 43. 24, 64 days.
How long would he have to serve before he'd be eligible for probation if he was incarcerated?
I mean, if he's parole, he's eligible for parole right now if he was processed. I don't know how long it'd take him to parole him.
So he's parole eligible now?
Parole eligible now on a 3-year sentence, 2 months, 15%.
And he has, I think, tried to provide an address to Tennessee probation and parole and just.
Well, we've beat up on Tennessee enough here now. I've got to take up for him a little bit now. So that's all.
Wait till football season.
That's a little bit. That was a little bit. I will go ahead. Mr. Troball, you have to agree to stay out of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. I know that's a great sacrifice for us and you.
Okay.
But if you'll stay out of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, then you go down to the volunteer state and be good, and we don't want to see you again. Okay. So
definitely.
okay, yeah. Okay. I'll sign the order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Shasta Vaughn, Commonwealth versus Shasta Vaughn, 22 CR 0055. Are you Shasta Vaughn?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1987.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 3221.
Yes, sir.
You're here today with Mr. Ken Garrett. Evidently, he's representing you. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with a bunch of things here. Looks like speeding, improper registration, reckless driving, wanton endangerment, 1st degree, unlawful imprisonment in the 2nd degree, criminal attempt to commit murder, disregarding a stop sign, failure to signal, fleeing or evading police in the 1st degree, criminal mischief in the 2nd degree. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garrett, do you acknowledge the identity of your client? The indictment is waiting on the counsel desk out here. The receipt of the indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, with these kind of charges, is there any reason to have a conference on August the 5th, or you need more time than that?
Let's just go ahead and have one August 5th, Mr. Garrett.
August the 5th for conference date and August the 18th for the next court date, okay?
And Judge, would the court consider doing a 10% on her bond?
No.
Okay.
I won't consider it without a bond hearing because of the nature of the charge. I will consider it, but I won't consider it without a bond hearing. You can talk to Commonwealth.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Alicia Wallace for sentencing. Commonwealth versus Alicia Wallace, 22 CR 00030. Are you Alicia Wallace?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1974, Miss Wallace?
Yes, sir.
Your last 4 digits, social security number 1989.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. If you have an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole,
I have.
is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilt, plea of guilty to flagrant non-support, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, probated for 5 years. Probation will be extended and supervised until the arrears are paid in full. The defendant shall pay flagrant non-support payment of $206.40 per month and an additional $193.50 to be applied toward arrearage for a total payment of $400, with the first payment being due 45 days after final sentencing, which 45 days from today. They shall be paid to the Division of Child Support with the IVD reference number in here. Shall she receive credit for time served? What is the court cost in this case? There's a $165.50, but considering the other payments you're gonna have to make, I'll reduce the payment to $30 a month. Additionally, to allow you to pay that, the first payment of that should be simultaneous with your other payment if you want to. So you, 45 days from that, okay? Probation and parole will need to meet with her, I guess. When do you want her to meet with probation and parole? Probation and parole, are you on there? Probation and parole.
Your Honor, Monday at a 10:30 in Glasgow.
Monday, 10:30 a.m. at the probation parole office in Glasgow, Kentucky. You understand that?
Yes, sir, I'll be there.
Okay, Dakota Williams. Commonwealth versus Dakota Williams, 22 CR 00018, 22 CR 0019, 22 CR 0020, 22 CR 00021. Are you Dakota Williams?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you here for sentencing?
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole.
Yes, sir.
It's substantially correct.
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason that this gentleman should not be sentenced, counselor?
Okay.
On a plea of guilty to theft and unlawful taking over $1,000 in 22 CR 0018, the defendant received 5 years. On plea of guilty, theft and unlawful taking over $1,000 in 22 CR 0019, the defendant shall receive sentence of 5 years. On plea of guilty to theft and unlawful taking over $1,000 in 22 CR 0021, defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. The sentences in 18, 19 are for a total of 5 years. Shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Since 21 shall roll 22 CR 0021 shall run consecutively to 22 CR 0018 and 19 for a total of 10 years. Serve 300 days, probate the balance for 5 years, supervised. He shall enroll in the Monroe County Specialty Court and also agree to have a mental health assessment and follow recommendations of clinicians. Court costs are what in this case? $355. And I'm gonna allow you to pay that at $30 a month. Okay, starting 30 days after your release. Okay, thank you very much. And they'll get the dates when you're going in and everything, that your attorney will get that over to you, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we have anybody else there in Barron County that we hadn't addressed?
Ms. Shelton, you was gonna call back up, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have Kimberly Chilton.
Kimberly Chilton, yeah. Where were we at in this case here?
We were talking about sentencing, Your Honor. She said she was a state inmate, but she can't be a
She's
state
not.
inmate. She wasn't revoked.
She's
from-
probated on her sentence from Warren.
Yeah, so she's not a state inmate.
Okay, we'll order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done and schedule her on the 18th for sentencing. Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, can she, if she gets accepted into rehab, can she be released to rehab? But
We'll allow her to go, you get an agreed order from Mr. Stockton, we'll allow her to go to rehab and we'll sentence her over Zoom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you can appear, if that's the case, you can appear by Zoom also.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Is there anybody else in Barron County?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, y'all are released and thank you for your cooperation. Okay, we are in recess until 1, is that correct? We're in recess until 1. Thank you very much.